Going for the pitch report, Shamunay Ghosh is at the center.
Here for the pitch report at the Sylhet International. Now, the first T20i was played on pitch number 4. For the second T20i, it's going to be the same pitch here on pitch number 4. Before going into the pitch, the perimeter is going to remain the same, constant, 60 meters. So it's evenly spread out. But referring to the pitch, I had a conversation with the curator, Tony Hemming. He said the grass has been cut this morning also to maintain the 4 millimeters. Now, even though it has been cut, it looks a tad bit greener than the first T20i. And in the first T20i, we noticed that with the new ball, the seamers got a bit of movement, so they can extract something out of it. It might turn a bit more in comparison to the first T20i. And as you can see, there are some cracks here which were evident on the first T20i also, but they have opened up a bit more. Yeah, so around the good length area, and if also bowling full, especially while the spinners are bowling, they might get something out of the cracks. And the seamers also, if they can make something out of the old ball, they can make the ball move. But other than that, it was a delight to bat on this wicket, as we saw in the first T20i. So batting would be quite friendly on this surface. But it will be interesting to see what the captain decides when either of them win the toss.
So, the same pitch to be used for the second T20i. Bit of cracks as informed by Shamunay, but still looks like a great wicket to bat on. The teams had a good warm-up as well. If you look at the Indian and Bangladesh sides, pretty cheered up. They'll have to beat the heat. Now it's time for the toss. Over to Annesha Ghosh at the center.
The opening fixture of this 5 T20I Women's Series between Bangladesh and India went the visitors' way on Sunday. But it's a new day here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, and the home team will be looking to pull level with India. It's time for the coin toss, and I'm joined by the two captains, Harmanpreet Kaur, the India skipper, and Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain, alongside match referee Mohammad Niamur Roshid Rahul. If I may now invite Nigar to toss the coin, please.
Heads is call.
Heads is the call.
It's tail.
Tails it is. Nigar, you've won the toss. So what is your decision and the reasoning behind it?
We like to bat first because seeing the condition, I think it's a pretty good wicket to bat on. And we wanted to give our batter a freebie that they can settle down and put some score in the scoreboard.
What was the conversation like in the dressing room after the first T20I? Because your bowling contingent bowled exceedingly well, but the batters somewhat let you down.
The thing is, I still keep faith on the team, and I just say that they have the potential to come back in the second game, and they are pretty confident. And we just look to play positive cricket here, and I'm looking to play how they actually putting themselves today's game.
Do you have a target in mind with regards to today's game?
See the last few games, how we batted. I don't want to keep any exact total, but we just look to play with a good intent and look positive cricket, and the result will come.
Any changes in your side today?
So we have one changes in place of Sharna. Ritu comes in.
And yesterday you had a busy day. You were out and about in Sylhet visiting schools. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Yes, it was a very good experience for me and a very good initiative by the BCB, and how actually we go in there and so many students were there and they were very excited, and I think it was a very good way to promote women cricket and obviously India-Bangladesh series as well.
Thanks for your time. Go well.
Thank you.
Harmanpreet Kaur, the India captain. Nice to speak to you again, Harmanpreet. You are going to bowl first. What do you make of that decision?
I think just because of the weather condition, we were only thinking about bowling. But yeah, I think it's a good way of bowling first.
What was the conversation with your batters like after the first T20I? They gave you a good platform, but in the last 5, Bangladeshi bowlers stymied you massively. What sort of rectifications would you want to bring about in this game?
I think in middle overs we were good, but as you mentioned, last 4-5 overs we could not able to execute ourselves, and we did discuss about those things, how we can play today. Hopefully, whatever we planned, we'll execute.
Any changes in the starting 11?
Yeah, Yastika is not playing because of small niggle, a place of her Hemlata in the side.
Tell us what has impressed you about Hemlata in the recent past. She had a good WPL. She's coming back into the Indian side after a while.
Yeah, she's someone who has scored so many runs in domestic, and then in the WPO also she had good few innings. I think that definitely will give her confidence to do well for international team.
And a little bit about yourself. You're the senior most player in this side, about to play your 300th international match on this tour. You seem to be enjoying yourself out there in the middle. What sort of goals have you set yourself personally, Harmanpreet, leading into that T20 World Cup, which will be held here in Bangladesh in about 4 months' time?
I think first thing is staying fit, so that is very important. And secondly, whenever I get the opportunity, I would love to contribute in every way, and that's what I always try to do, and that will be my ultimate goal.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
Well, the news from the toss is Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti has won the toss and she has decided to bat first.
Well, that was the toss. Bangladesh winning it this time and choosing to bat first. So Nigar Sultana, after winning the toss, mentioned about a change in the starting 11, and so did Harmanpreet Kaur. So 2 changes, 1 each on both sides as they come into the second T20I here. The wicket looks sporting. Bangladesh captain mentioned about the fact that they have to put up a better batting performance. If you look at the team lineup, the starting 11 for Bangladesh, Nigar Sultana leading the line. Nahida Murshida Sobhana is there. Ritu Moni comes in place of Sharna Akhtar. Rabia Khan, Sultana Fahima, Marufa, Fariha Trishna and Dilara putting up the Bangladesh starting 11. Two openers preparing themselves in the dugout. They have a big task in hand. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first, putting up a big responsibility onto the openers. The Indian camp looks relaxed, especially after winning the first T20I. As we look into the starting lineup for India, they've got 1 change as well. The Lion Hemlata comes in place of Yastika Bhatia. The rest remains the same. So they have the 2 fast bowlers as well as quite a few spinners of different variations to trouble the Bangladesh batters. Nice view here, although it's hot and sultry out there. 2 umpires will be coming in a while. Teams preparing their final last moment plans before they get in. In the commentary box, Ahmed bin Parvez, and I'm joined by Mr. Ishtiaq Ahmed, former national team cricketer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Parvez, and a warm welcome to the viewers. As we see the umpires walking in, Jesse, Sathira Jesse, Zakir Jesse and Murshid Ali Khan. And there we see the huddle of the Indian players, obviously gearing up. A very serious huddle as we get to see these days, where they thrash it out, all the strategies, all the plans, and there you go. Absolutely. And the 2 openers coming in to bat. I'm pretty sure the batters will be gearing up to put up a better show. They already know, since the captain has decided to bat first, surely they'll try and not make the same mistakes and redeem themselves from the match that they played, and hopefully they'll try and give a good start and take advantage of the power play situation.
Yes, obviously the freshness of the wicket is there, and as we've known from the pitch report, there were a few cracks which would only grow with time, so it's best to make first use with the bat and also to have the Indian fielders come out in this heat while the sun is still in. The two batters, Dilara is in, and she has been a young cricketer that has been picked. Looking at the future prospect for Bangladesh, the Asia Cup coming up, followed by the World Cup, which Bangladesh will be hosting. So they still are in the hunt to find a proper opening pair. Dilara Akhtar, 7 matches, 47 runs, strike rate that has to improve. But the 27, which is her highest score that she scored against Australia in the previous series, gave some glimpses of her talent. Murshida Khatun, on the other hand, very experienced. One of the experienced batters in the side, more than 700 runs under her belt. Recently had a great South Africa series as well away. But this right and left hand batting combination has to contend with the player of the match from the first T20i. As we go for the first ball.
Renuka Singh right on the dot. The batsman struggling a little bit. Was lucky enough not to hit the pad. And Renuka Singh was amongst the wickets. The two opening bowlers were the ones who made the inroads, and hence Bangladesh made Bangladesh batters struggle. Renuka Singh looks fit, experienced campaigner.
She's got a slip in as well for Murshida. Pulled away. What a way to start. Over the top. First runs for Bangladesh. One bounce over the ropes. Murshid Ali Khan Shumon signals for a boundary.
Magnificent shot there. Dropped shot, took full advantage of it, and hoiked it through mid-wicket for a magnificent 4. Very confident shot. That's exactly what the openers in the dressing room would be looking for. A good start, confident start. Dilara Akhtar will have to make good measure of the wicket before she unleashes further strokes. Renuka Singh coming in.
Down the leg, good stop there by Richa. She had to reach out, but in the meantime, the batters scamper for a run. So 2 extras to be added. Wide signaled and a run taken as the batters came across. So the right-hand, left-hand batting combination in action. So we're speaking of Dilara, who's got a big potential of hitting some big shots, and they'll definitely have to make use of the power plays. There's still a slip on. Renuka Singh from Himachal Pradesh, 28 years old, has an experience of 39 matches under her belt with 42 wickets. That's well played from Murshida as she gets her first ball. Plays with her specs on. So Bangladesh made a positive start. At least the first shot shows some intent.
Both the Dilara Akhtar and Murshida Khatun looked pretty impressive in the earlier match. Two went on to play 2 exquisite cover drives. Ball shot goes off the back foot. Ambled for a easy single.
There was good communication between the batters there. Murshida getting off the mark. We were speaking of Renuka Singh, the player of the match from the previous game. She got Dilara as well as her first wicket, so Dilara will be mindful of the in-swing that she gets. Although Renuka mentioned at the post-match presentation she was happy to bowl under lights, she got a bit more out of the new ball.
Beautiful shot, clips it off the pads, through backward square leg for 4. A very confident stroke there by the batter.
Pickup shots are really good to watch there. Dilara showing her prowess, just picking it up off the legs Renuka not bowling a good line, a good channel right from the start. We've seen a couple of deliveries onto the leg stump, full, just had to pick it over the infield. No fielders down there.
That is exactly what the batters need to do. Treat the ball the way it needs to be treated. It was a bit of a misdirected delivery. Saw it early and then went on to play that shot, which was very convincing. Harmanpreet Kaur watches.
So the last ball of the over. Wide of the crease this time. Gets it on target to end the over after one. Bangladesh have made a good start. 11 for no loss. So pace from one end, spin from the other. Deepti Sharma, another experienced campaigner, one of the best off spinners going around in the T20 arena for women's cricket. She's got a good record against Bangladesh as well. Bowled really well the last series that India played here in July. So it's going to be Deepti to Dilara. Bangladesh have made a pretty good start here. A couple of boundaries from Dilara, giving them a bright start right at the beginning. But Murshida on strike. She'll have to face the challenge. There's a slip in.
Deepti Sharma, one of the heavyweights, one might say, the Indian team, has played as many as 121 matches, a best of 4 for 10 in T20 internationals. They're waiting to bowl to Murshida Khatun. Goes off the back foot, tries to work it out on the leg side region. No run there.
Yeah, they've made a pretty good start here, but Deepti Sharma, she has an average of just 9 in Bangladesh, so she really loves to play here.
Coming down the wicket, trying to force it, did it successfully through the onside for a single. Good that she went out but did not take the aerial route. Instead decided to play on the ground. They need to rotate the strike. The batters need to have that understanding between themselves not to let go of those singles.
Good strike rotation there, at least the first run of the over. Brings Dilara on strike. She's going to have a different kind of challenge. A 4-3 field setup within the ring. 4 on the offside, 3 in the leg. Fielder at 45. Just so that the runs coming down the leg can be checked. Went for a sweep, wasn't there for her. Gets a couple nonetheless. The second run could be risky. Made it. Dilara gets a couple. There is some intent from the Bangladesh batters. I think the team management discussed among themselves how can they improve, especially trying to get some impetus within the power plays.
Yes, absolutely, and to keep the strike rotating, and that was a well taken 2 runs there. Sweeps it and goes straight to the fielder at the backward square leg. Renuka Singh takes it gleefully, accepted by the fielder, and there goes Dilara.
A very risky shot. There were fielders in the boundary line. Deepti Sharma knew what she was doing. Dilara went for the sweep, this time in the air, just couldn't clear the boundary. Went for the sweep, couldn't reach to the pitch of the ball. caught the elevation but not the distance. An easy catch taken there from Renuka. Deepti Sharma marches on. Wicket number 115 in T20Is. She's a bit of an all-rounder. Was the MVP in the recently concluded Women's Premier League. The first strike for India there. Within the power plays, Dilara, after a bright start, has to depart.
Yes, experience is what made her be amongst the wickets at all times. She's already taken 32 wickets for India. Subhana Mustari is the batter. Defends it, plays it straight. I thought Dilara, what she should have done was keep the ball. Instead chose to take the aerial route. That's the end of the second over. Bangladesh 14 for 1.
Deepti Sharma made her debut 8 years back in the T20i format, 2016 against Australia. Gets the first wicket for India in this match as well. And Dilara, after making a good start as we speak, India going with Renuka Singh once again, coming in for her second over against Murshida Khatun. Just lost her opening partner.
Magnificent shot coming down the wicket, seeing the ball, seeing the fielder within the circle, and that goes over the fielder's head for a well struck 4 from through mid-off. That was from Murshida Khatun, who looks equally confident.
She's got the 75 behind her back. No doubts in our mind who she idolizes as a cricketer. That was a lovely shot, just over the top. There are big gaps on the outfield, especially straight down the ground. You need to be brave to step up to Renuka, who has some pace.
That one she flashed outside the off stump, way outside the off stump. The umpire had absolutely no hesitation in calling that a wide. Both the batters need to be a bit watchful as to how to negotiate deliveries that are moving out. On that occasion, I thought it was a wild stroke attempted by the batter.
It was wild, but out of reach, and a run to be added.
Aggressive intent being shown by the batter. She saw it, pitched a bit short, didn't hesitate to go back, played the cross bat, but went straight to long on, or rather mid on. Shefali Verma on that occasion misfielded, but didn't get the batter any run.
Bangladesh racing off to 19. Much better start than the previous match, although they were chasing on that occasion. Keeper comes up.
That was a shot meant to be hit. It was well struck, but went straight to the fielder, who decided, Harmanpreet Kaur, who couldn't hold on to it. It's a lucky reprieve there for the Bangladeshi side.
Absolutely sloppy there from the Indian captain, Harmanpreet Kaur. Out of all the people, she was the one to drop this catch. This has been a story since the beginning of the series. We've seen quite a few dropped catches from the Bangladeshi fielders, and now India follows suit. Captain Harmanpreet, she drops one. Murshida gets a life.
And that was, I would say, not particularly steered through third man. Tried to play on the offside, perhaps got a thick edge and went straight for 4. So 2 consecutive 4s for the batter there.
Found the gap. That was the important bit there. There were 2 fielders pretty close by, but that boundary should give a lot of confidence to the batter. Subhana Mustari coming in after Dilara's departure.
These are the moments where the batters, the Bangladeshi batters, need to encash upon. If you're getting reprieves, if you're getting dropped catches, you take it from there. Make sure you don't do the same mistakes, but make full opportunity of those given chances, the given opportunities that the fielders are giving to you.
Absolutely, and we've just been informed from our colleague here, Rifat Emil, who's helping us out with statistics. He's just told us that Harmanpreet Kaur with 61 catches is the second highest in taking catches.
That was flicked off the pads, wanting to take 2 runs there, the non-striker, but the batter Savana Mustari slipped at the non-striker's end, and in the process lost out on another single.
Yes, but Renuka, she's finding it difficult to bowl today. She has been consistently bowling down the leg to the right-handers and wide down the off to the left-handers. Quite a few extras being given already. We've seen in the first T20i, Bangladesh was so disciplined. They did not give any extras in India's batting innings of 145.
That was well played, but lack of understanding was what may have led to that run out. Instead, here again, I thought they were lucky not to have given their wicket.
So after 3, it's 26 for 1, Bangladesh. It's going to be Deepti Sharma to continue. The off spinner already picking up her first wicket in her first over. Just the 3 runs conceded.
Well, as you can see, there's not too much of a pressure here. There's not a great deal of crowd, obviously, and the heat is manageable. It's not sweltering heat as we're experiencing throughout the country. So the batters need to basically focus, basically feel relaxed, and try to build on a score, try to make a partnership. I think it's all about, whether it's T20 or one day international, it's all about partnership, and that's what they're averaging, almost more than 9 runs, and almost 9 runs and over, which is a good start. They should make sure that they continue in the same vein.
Beaten through the gate. Lucky for Murshida, the ball did not crash onto the stumps. Just a little bit of extra bounce there from Deepti. Murshida expecting the ball to turn, but it just went straight through. Brilliant variation from Deepti Sharma again, showing all her experience and class. Look at that guile, full, enticed the batter who was stuck in the crease.
What is evident from the batters, obviously they are confident. They have attack on their mind. It's their intent that impresses me. They're coming out of the wickets. They're not hesitating to play the shots. All they need to do is just retain the wickets and stay in the wicket. Well swept, well fielded too. A backward square leg by Amanjot.
So just a single there, and the strike rotation means Murshida Khatun goes to the non-striker's end.
Dancing down to the wicket once again, making good use of the feet, trying to negotiate the flight with an aggressive intent. Ball going straight to the fielder.
Yes, I mean, look at the boundary percentage here. Quite a few boundaries hit, but not as many singles taken. The single taken from the last ball of the over after 4. It's 29 for 1. And time for a change in the comm box. Ishtiaq Ahmed will be replaced by Annesha Ghosh, who's joining in. Welcome, Annesha.
Thank you very much, Parvez. A much more intentful start for Bangladesh, which reflects in the scoring rate that they've managed so far in the power play. And there will be a bowling change for the 5th over. Pooja Vastrakar will replace Renuka Singh from the grandstand end. The boundary dimensions are 60 meters on all sides, and it's pitch number 4. Slashed and might have just gotten an edge. A valiant dive put in there by Dalan Hemalatha, or was it Sajeevan? Sajana it was indeed. And she was livid with herself to have put in the dive, but did not eventually manage to cut that one off. Shobhana Mostari will get a 4.
That was tricky, but that's what Bangladesh need. Runs coming from all sorts of shots. It was there to be hit, slashed at it hard, got an inside edge, past the keeper, and a valiant dive there. Just couldn't stop the boundary. Bangladesh moving on. They've played much better than they're showing in the first T20i on Nisha. The intent is there from the batters. They're trying to cut loose, trying to make use of the power plays.
A wild slash she went for, and it proved very effective for the right-handed Shobhana Mostari. Pitched on middle and off this time around, noddled into the leg side. No runs conceded there. India will want to calm their nerves down a little. We do not usually see Harmanpreet Kaur dropping catches, especially in a position that's favored by her, inside the circle at long or long off. So that was something of an anomaly.
Yes, we've seen a couple of anomalies already. We've also seen Renuka Singh not bowling well.
Driven powerfully through the cover, Shriyanka Patil puts in the chase, but gives it up because the ball will win the race this time around. Exquisitely timed by Shobhana Mostari, and she's looking to be in great nick in the second T20i. Shuffled across towards the off stump and bisected the infield with a plumb.
Yes, the lady from Rangpur, out in the north of Bangladesh, making her presence felt. It's not easy to pierce the infield when you have a stacked offside field. This time down the leg, she'll get some runs.
She's peppering both sides of the wicket, which is very good to see. A boundary followed by a single, ensuring that there is strike rotation being done, which both teams will want to implement more over the course of this 5 T20I series.
So you've been down there, the center must be pretty hot and sultry. It's not easy for the fielders to be at their best, and that has to be acknowledged.
100%. And more than the heat, I think it's the humidity that is causing a fair bit of discomfort. Feels very much like Mumbai, instead of the kind of heat you would say feel in Kolkata right now. There's a heat wave going across India. In Sylhet, it has been much cooler.
Let's see. That was cool from the keeper. Inside edge. Oh no, there was an appeal, but Moshad Ali Khan Shumon still discussing. He hasn't given the decision. So it's just a dot ball as we look at the replay. Wide of the crease there, creating an angle. Went across. No, seemed like daylight between bat and ball, but was a very good take by Richa nonetheless. End of the over. It's 38 for 1.
Look at the Bangladeshi batting lineup. They have bolstered their batting resources in the second T20I by bringing in Ritumoni, who slotted in at number 6 at the expense of leg spin bowling all-rounder Shorna Akhtar. Probably the right decision because Sharna Akhtar did not bowl at all in the opening T20I. More changes being rung in the bowling order this time around. It will be the off spin of Shriyanka Patil that will be on display. She will start from the media box end, and it is Shobhana Mostari who's on strike.
First ball of the final over of the power play. Not a lot of turn, cut and cut well, finds the gap, goes for the boundary. Shobhana makes a good start to the over.
How good is she, as she's shown with finding those gaps. Again, a back foot shot there. She's proven to be quite effective both with her front foot as well as back foot play. Is continuously adding to her boundary tally.
Yeah, the coaches have always talked about that. We'll come back to it. Can't find the gap this time though. We're talking about Shobhana Mostari, comes from Rangpur, 22 years old. The numbers don't do justice to what talent she possesses. She just has an average of over 11 in T20Is, and strike rate isn't that great as well, just 74, but she looks like she can do much better.
Tossed up this time around, will get it on the full, but finds Dayalan Hemalata at point. The second successive run-less delivery from Shriyanka Patil, who hails from Bengaluru.
Played for RCB as well, was the top wicket taker in the WPL, which is why it was easy for the team management to pick yet another off-spinner in the side.
Well, going by how she performed in the inaugural WPL, she would have picked herself, to be honest. But it did help that her WPL 2024 season was extremely good.
Oh, that's a big appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up. Another wicket bites the dust. Shobhana Mostari this time. Shriyanka Patil strikes.
The off-spinner showing just why she's rated so highly among the up-and-coming youngsters going around in international cricket. She imparts genuine drift, revolutions to the ball. This was much fuller. Tried to go for the sweep, would have gone on to hit off stump and middle. And out comes that celebration of hers. Her right arm usually goes up in celebration, her index finger pointing upwards. Shobhana Mostari departs after an enterprising innings. Bangladesh lose their second wicket at the close, near the close of the power play. And with that, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain, will walk out to the middle. She scored a valiant half-century in the last game, though it did not amount to much given the dearth of support from the rest of the batting lineup.
Highest run scorer for Bangladesh in T20Is. Nigar Sultana scored her 7th T20I 50, which was her first against India. But obviously she would have loved if she had scored a duck and her team won. So that's the attitude that she's been imparting. That's the leadership that she's been showing since she became captain of the side. As we look at how straight and accurate Shriyanka Patil was, it was an easy decision for the umpire in the end.
Floated more this time around, and she will field well of her own bowling, which you would expect most spinners to do. One of the more agile fielders going around, is very sprightly, vivacious, is Shriyanka Patil. And I'm sure she's making up for the absence of Jemima Rodrigues in the dressing room as well. Floated into the leg stump, nudged towards the fielder at deep square leg, will pick up a single. Nigar Sultana Jyoti is off the mark, and after the power play, Bangladesh are 43 for 2. Bangladesh have put on a much improved performance in the first 6 already. They were 30 for 3 in the power play in the opening T20I, have managed 13 runs more at the expense of 1 fewer wicket.
Yes, that's a much improved performance on Nish, and we've spoken about the intent that the openers showed in the beginning. There's another, no, Pooja Vastrakar actually coming for her second over. She bowled one within the power play. So Bangladesh putting up a better performance, but they'll have to move on from here.
Oh, that put her in a bit of a bother. That delivery was perhaps the awkward bounce following the landing of the delivery, but no damage is done whatsoever. And Pooja Vastrakar can often do that, elicit variable bounce on pitches that may seem batting conducive under usual circumstances. Has got a good short ball, which I would love for her to implement more often in T20i cricket.
She's got the pace, she's got the shoulder power. Edged, oh, past the keeper for a boundary. Streaky, but she gets it.
Murshida Khatun threw the kitchen sink at it, and it flew past the diving Richa Ghosh for a 4. Could not have kept that in her reach whatsoever.
Standing outside the popping crease, trying to negate the swing on this occasion, finds another boundary, but we've seen quite a bit of boundaries coming just behind the wicket. Bangladesh scoring a lot from those.
There's a fielder at long third, Sajeevan Sajna, and one at long leg, Renuka Singh. May not be a bad time for that short delivery we are talking about. The third fielder comes much finer.
Round the wicket, trying to cramp the batter for room. Can't find the gap on this occasion. Murshida, she has to play a responsible knock. These two, Murshida and Nigar Sultan, are the most experienced batters for Bangladesh. The top order, if you look at 1 to 7, has a couple of teenagers. So it's all up to these two to build up in this middle phase of the game, which is even more important right now since they've lost a couple of wickets already.
Oh, there comes the short ball, pulled away, but it doesn't carry to Renuka Singh. The ploy was in place, wasn't it? But yes. Murshida Khatun survives. And Bangladesh will heave a sigh of relief because they need this left-hander to stay there in the middle. They've gotten a good start. They need to capitalize on it. A well-directed bouncer from Pooja Vastrakar. She showcased that particular skill of hers aplenty during the test matches at home. And here too, yes, she had laid the trap for Murshida Khatun, but the batter survived.
Called for it, she gave it. So just ask for it and she'll deliver. It's pretty much getting gloomy all of a sudden.
Yeah, the light has gone down massively and pretty quickly, hasn't it, Parvez?
Yes, and the umpires, they had a little bit of chat. There is a slight pause in the game as we see the crowdsmen running around as well, but I guess will mostly be the instructions to light up the floodlights. We do have the efficient floodlights here. Match starting at 4 p.m. local time, so the second innings comes within the floodlights.
Has decided to go from over the wicket, driven down the ground by Nigar Sultana Jyoti, who is scampering across for a couple. The throw was at the wicketkeeper's end, but Nigar Sultana Jyoti seems to have made her ground in time. The throw came in from Sajeevan Sajna from the deep, and she threw at the right end. Probably a better throw there could have had the Bangladesh captain in trouble.
That brings up the 50 for Bangladesh, 51 for 2. Another well-directed delivery negotiated by the Bangladesh captain. After 7, Bangladesh go past 50. It's 51 for 2.
The The sky has assumed an ominous look, dark and gloomy. It's getting by the minute here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. The floodlights are yet to come on, but the ground staff have been directed, it seems, to get into action.
So I can see that they're getting closer to the covers as well. So there is an anticipation that could have some showers. We've seen them a couple of days earlier, even in the day of the first T20i. There were showers in the morning.
The floodlights are starting to come on, and Mishu, the fourth umpire, has come out to the middle to possibly relay a message or two to the two on-field umpires, Morshid Ali Khan and Shathira Jakir Jesse, who, remember, during the recently concluded 3 T20i series between home team Bangladesh and Australia, became the first Bangladeshi female umpire to officiate on field in a match featuring two full member nations. So a lot of history having been created by this lady out there.
Yes, and we still see there is a pause in play. Floodlights are coming into action. Players having some well-deserved drinks in the meantime. But you were speaking of the umpire, Satira Zakir Jesse. I was fortunate enough to be commentating with her as well. She's got a lot of different skills. She did professional commentary while she was still a player.
Has in fact represented Bangladesh a few times in international cricket. And I can also see the curator, Tony Hemming from Australia, having come out to have a closer look at proceedings. He wasn't quite expecting rain.
Yeah, but he
Going by
must
what he
have a
said.
proud look in his face, because the wicket has been really batting friendly, helping the batters play their strokes, express themselves. As a single being taken by Murshida to give Nigar Sultana the strike.
It's Radha Yadav, the left arm spinner, who has been introduced into the attack. Had been a staple in the Indian T20i side since her debut around 2018, but lost her place in the recent past. But thanks to her performance for the Delhi Capitals in the WPL, she has managed to blaze her way back into the starting 11 for India.
Yes, and she brings a different kind of variety to their bowling. Left arm orthodox. She is kind of a T20 specialist. She's got 69 wickets in total, including the one that she got of Sharna Akhtar in the previous game. Was very economical, just conceded 19 runs. So another accurate, tall spinner for the Indian side.
Bowling from round the wicket and swatted into the leg side. There is protection in the deep at deep square leg in the form of Renuka Singh Thakur. And Radha Yadav has been one of those courageous, plucky spinners produced by India. Loves to have a heated contest with batters, with ball and beyond.
That gives you the edge as a sports person. Obviously, there are different methods of how you can get success in the international format, as we see another single being taken by Murshida.
Radha Yadav's stare to Alisa Healy after dismissing Alisa Healy for about 75 in the 2020 T20 World Cup is surely one of the Hall of Famers in sporting stares given.
This time, Jyoti tries to drive, can't find the gap. Brilliant fielding there by Smriti Mandhana. She was pretty close. This middle overs running through pretty fast there. Bangladesh struggling to find the gaps. Just the 3 runs coming from this over.
Flighted on the full, a Yorker there, drilled towards the fielder at point. A very economical start to the day from Radha Yadav, conceding just 3 of her opening over. Bangladesh, after 8, are 54 for 2. Time for a change in commentary now. It will be Shamunay Ghosh and Shumana who will be taking you through the proceedings now.
With the cloud playing hide and seek. No more, if I may say, because slightly overcast conditions. The floodlights are on as Renuka Singh comes back. Just back of a length, kept low, slightly low. Well, the Bangladesh openers took a liking to Renuka. Murshida still there on 15 of 19, joined by Jannatul Shumana. It's a good start by Bangladesh.
Yeah, definitely very good intent. That's the thing Bangladesh team wanted last game. And today they look so good so far. 44 for 2, 8 overs gone. Beg your pardon, 54 for 2.
Oh yes, she's played it nicely, but the end, it looks like she couldn't time it as well as she would like to. Big bat lift, plenty of room, plenty of time as the ball was short.
Yeah, just a comfortable one. And we saw before the ball, captain changed the fielding. So they can understand the batsman intent before the ball, and batsman played nicely, easily in the just a one.
And now there is a deep square leg for the captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Deep third, deep fine leg. There will be another change in the field. Short mid-wicket moving to the other side. Smriti Mandhana going over to the cover position. Nicely flicked. They're taking the quick single direct. It could be trouble. Richa Ghosh collects quickly and takes the bails off. She's appealing. Now umpire standing at square leg. Shathira Jakir Jesse not interested, even though Richa Ghosh did ask the question.
It looks close. Batsman comfortably in. I don't think so. It could be out.
It's the dive that saved her. Good athleticism from Murshida. Commitment there. They're trying to put the pressure on the fielders. Goes aerial but goes straight. Down, down. One bounce, second, few more. Will it win the race? It does. Desperate slide from the Indian skipper, but gets the boundary, does Murshida. She looks very good today.
Pick up the ball very well. She knows the fielder. Everyone in the long on and mid off is up. She knows the fielder and she hit very well over the mid on side.
Yeah, the key to that stroke was she went straight, and both mid off and mid on were inside the circle, and now there is a long off. Mid off being pushed back, and just been informed. This confirmation of the boundary by on-field umpire Morshid Ali Khan, but just been informed by Rifat Emil, who's assisting us as a statistician today, that this is her 76th boundary. Murshida Khatun's fourth highest in terms of boundaries scored in the team's batting lineup, while her jersey number is 75.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's better line for Renuka, better line and lane. No rooms for the batsman and no runs this time as well.
Nice looking stroke. There is a sweeper on the offside, will only get a single, but it's a very good over again. 7 runs from it. 9 done. Bangladesh 61 for 2. He will be spin operating from the media end. You see the number of dots, and I had a conversation with Hassan Tilakaratne, the head coach, for Bangladesh. Nice looking cover drive. She loves that stroke. Connected it pretty well. Sajna Sajivan doing some fielding work, relayed it on, but not successful. She's looking for the third. Sent back by Jyoti. And perhaps, thankfully, she's not happy with that decision, but it's okay for now for Bangladesh.
Good use of the feet, pick up the ball very well. It was a little bit flighted, and she used the feet very well and scored 2 runs. Oh, it was close though, but better make it comfortably.
Sweeps it this time to deep mid wicket. Dipti Sharma's there, will get a single. She's looking so good, Mushida. Today in particular, she loves to hit that cover drive, and once she connects one of the cover drives off the middle of the bat, she gets her confidence. Just portraying that on, and as I was saying, Hassan Tilakaratne mentioned, they want to reduce the number of dot balls. The first T20i, they gave over 60 dot balls. 10 overs gone over there. Goes for the sweep outside the off. Given by Shatira Jakir JC. She was going for that premeditated stroke. Did pitch outside the off? Was the impact outside the off? Will be the only question remaining, Shubhana.
Big fish, I can say. Big player get out, and one of the best batter in the side. Oh, that looks very close. That looks planned to me.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti goes for 6. She's got a smile on her face, perhaps. Anyway, she was the half century in the first T20i. She's back in the hut, the big fish, as Shumona mentioned. That brings in Fahima Khatun, the new batter. And with that wicket, it's time for drinks. Yeah, here's the wicket of Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Well, it just looks to me as if, it did pitch outside, but again, looked as if the impact was outside also. Might feel a bit unlucky. There's a left-arm spinner bowling. I think after pitching the ball straightened a bit. Fahima Khatun, one of the senior campaigners in the side. One of the most trustworthy and reliable resources to have in the side, as quoted by Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Nevertheless, Radha Yadav has gotten the breakthrough, and an important one. Was pulled. This is the close shout, and given back-to-back wickets, 2 wickets on the trot for Radha Yadav, both like before.
Very good bowling by Radha again.
Yeah, looks pretty adjacent. Was looking to play across to perhaps nudge a single and get off the mark. She goes for naught, does Fahima Khatun. As Bangladesh lose their fourth, it's 64 for 4.
Two back-to-back wickets change the momentum. If you saw the previous over, even 2 balls before, Bangladesh looks very good, positive, and the change of the game within 2 balls.
Yeah, perhaps was the arm delivery and not much angle. I think would have gone on to hit the middle and leg this one. That brings in Sultana. She's the new batter in. Sultana Khatun. Here's the second wicket. Yep. Hitting around the middle stump. Now she's on a hat-trick. She's got 71 wickets.
Some close fielder in, interesting. Can she make her first hat-trick in T20?
Now we've got an interesting field placement. Everyone surrounding the new batter, Sultana. Well, she'll be nervy. She's getting in. The floodlights are on, overcast conditions, and all of a sudden, the thick black cloud all over Bangladesh. As it seems, there's a slip, there's a short gully where Shefali Verma is standing. Short mid-wicket with Spriti Mandhana. Dipti Sharma short cover on a hat-trick. Full. Hit hard. Will get a boundary and gets off the mark. Sultana Khatun. We've got a contest here. Brave stroke from her.
Love the intent. Look at the pressure, how she handled it. That's unbelievable. Brave on her, of course.
It was pitched up. It was pitched up. Slightly overcompensating. So it was in the slot for that stroke. But the key to that stroke was she went forward, front foot forward, and hit it hard. Well, again, this time trying to play it off the back foot was aerial for a bit. But brings a smile on Harmanpreet's face. After 10, Bangladesh are 68 for 4. Just reminded by our fellow commentator Hamid bin Parvez that Sultana Khatun has been promoted up the order. Sri Lanka will continue from the grandstand end. The spin operating. All of a sudden, the tides flowing India's way. Thankfully for Bangladesh, they still have the set Murshida in.
Murshida swept away, just a comfortable one. They need to make some partnership from this, and how they do it, that's the question.
Again, our stats guru informing us Bangladesh have played 30 dot balls in the first 10 overs, but I think they'll be pretty happy with what they've accumulated on the board so far. 68 for 4 after 10. Certainly significant improvement after first T20i. Now that's aerial. Catch taken by Shefali Verma. And as they say, sometimes one gets two in the previous over. Now another one. This time Sri Lanka gets one. Sultana going for the big heave, ends up giving her wicket away.
Yeah, that's the difference between Bangladeshi batter and Indian batter. When they get back-to-back wicket, they take someone and spending some times in the wicket. But if you saw here, unnecessary, I'm gonna say this time.
Yeah, she was trying to hit around the long on mid-wicket region, cow cornerish. But she was trying to hit it hard rather than timing the ball. Goes for 4 of 3. 69 for 5. Perhaps she was given the license to go on and hit. Ritu Moni, the only change in the side today for Bangladesh, makes her way in from Bogura, is one of the seniors. Takes a lot of inspiration from a stalwart for Bangladesh cricket from Bogura, Mushfiqur Rahim. Idolizes him. Can be considered a bowling all-rounder, can bowl medium pace. But now they need her batting services. Loud appeal from Shianka Patil. Murshid Ali Khan not interested as they change ends for a single. Leg by signalled.
Yeah, if you saw the last two spinners, even previously, they ball very wicket to wicket. They read the wicket very well. Today's wicket is not much turn there, and they adjust very well. They are into the wicket, stamp to stamp.
This time she goes full. The first two deliveries, as you pointed out, they're actually very accurate, but also varying the pace quite smartly. Will be the end of the 11th. Tidy over from Shianka. It's 70 for 5. All right, the rain gods have signaled, and it is pouring here in Sylhet as the ground staff run in with the covers and the players run off the field. It was not clear in the forecast, it wasn't there, but, well, the weather gods have different plans. They start pouring in Sylhet, but to show you, we have an exciting match on our hands. Only time will tell when the play will resume. Just to give you a short recap of what has transpired so far, the second T20i here in Sylhet, where Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti won the toss and decided to bat first. They got off to a pretty good start, actually, courtesy of the two openers who looked very, very positive against the new ball. One of the openers is still out there, Murshida Khatun, 25 of 28. Sport umpire Rokia Sultana on the screen, walking on with the umbrella. Looks as if the grains are quite big, quite heavy. Hopefully it's just a passing shower. Even though onto the left-hand side of where we are sitting, the sky looks pretty gloomy, quite dark. But you're just going back to the game. It's 70 for 5 after 11 overs. Mushida Khatun still out there, 25 of 28. Showana Mustari, the quick fire, 19 of 15, 4 boundaries in that innings. Nigar Sultana, 6 of 11, is already back in the hut. So are Fahima and Sultana, and Radha Yadav was on a hat-trick. 2 wickets apiece between Radha Yadav and Shianka Patil, and 1 wicket for Dipti Sharma, who's been so very economical. The spinners who've dominated so far for India, but the Bangladesh batters have looked quite positive as they look to play the strokes and even take singles, push push the fielders. Murshida Khatun is at 25 of 28, still out there unbeaten. Dilar Akhtar, 10 of 6 fell to Dipti. Shobhana Mustari, the mentioned, scored quickly, 19 of 15. Then Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Fahima Khatun fell back to back against the bowling of Radha Yadav. And Sultana Khatun was the last one to depart in the previous over. But here's the highlights. Some good strokes played. This was Dilar Akhtar initially who took the charge, and then Murshida got into the groove. Few cover drives, few off drives, missed opportunity for Harmanpreet Kaur in the third over as she dropped Murshida on 6. Pooja Vastrakar missed her. Few good strokes played by Shobhana. Played it late, well cut. This was the leg before given against Shobhana. Few edges there, but she looked very straight along the V. Very good. Murshida, this is the wicket of Nigar Sultana Jyoti. This is the second one to go. Was Fahima, was on a hat-trick, but then Sultana came and hit a shot hard, but this is against Shriyanka Patil, where she gave her wicket away. There's Sultana trying to hit hard. And this is what it looks like at present here in Sylhet. And, well, as of now, it's fair to say it's raining cats and dogs. Right, Renuka Thakur, the batters took a liking to her. The economy says it all. But it's been spinners who've dominated the proceedings for India so far. Dipti Sharma 1 for 6. Shriyanka Patil, pick of the bowlers, fair to say, 2 for 6 of a 2 overs. And Radha Yadav 2 for 10. Pooja Vastrakar, none for 17. So it's fair to say again that the seamers were picked better. The Bangladesh batters preferred some pace on the ball, but it's the spinners who have eased into the game and this used wicket, used their variations. The partnership of Murshida and Shobhana compiled 28 runs for the second wicket. Was the significant partnership, and then for the third wicket there was another partnership which was worth 22. This is what the summary looks like here in the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium for the second T20i. Bangladesh, having won the toss, are 70 for 5 after 11 overs. Murshida Khatun leading the way, unbeaten 28, run a ball, still out there unbeaten. And Shriyanka, Radha and Dipti, the Indian spinners, having bowled 2 overs each, have bowled really well. But on the left-hand side of your screen, well, the ones who've been suffering from the heat wave would have hoped for this, but cricket lovers certainly hoped that it did not come on this very day, at least not while the match is going on. I think it's about time that we take a short break, and we'll come back soon when we have a significant update waiting for you guys. Hello and welcome back to the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Well, this is what it looked like a few minutes ago. Well, around 20 to 30 minutes ago, but this is not the present sight. This is what happened in between as the play was interrupted after the 11th over was completed. Then came the groundsmen. They did hard work as the super stopper was worked and worked hard, and the groundsman made sure the field is ready for play again. This is what it looks like at present, the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. We are here for the second T20I between Bangladesh and India, where Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti won the toss, decided to bat first, and it was a good start from the Bangladesh openers. Murshida Khatun, Dilar Akhtar gave them a good start, and as of now, Bangladesh are 70 for 5 after 11 overs. But the Indian spinners have actually bowled really well and controlled the proceedings after that start from the Bangladesh openers. Harmanpreet Kaur nicely rotated her bowlers, fair bit of crowd in different ages, young crowd. On-field umpire Shathira Zakir JC, along with Moshad Ali Khan officiating from on-field, TV umpire Kamruzaman Limon. Some students also in here. Spin will continue. Left arm spinner from the media end. Radha Yadav starts off with the slider, which goes down the leg for a wide. And I'm joined by Janatul Shumana. Shumana, a bit of interruption. As we said, Bangladesh got a good start, played well against the seamers. Then the spinners got back control for India. And then at one point, Radha Yadav was on a hat-trick. Good running between the wickets. The back for two. Good calling and applauded by Murshida. Giving credit to Ritu Moni, but fair bit of interruption, but both the teams got fair amount of time to assess and how they want to strategize going forward.
I think especially very good for Bangladesh team right now. They was in a pressure situation and they get some times. So I think it's going to help them mentally to get rid of it. And we can see they're looking for score 2 and singles, which is positive for the Bangladeshi batsmen. But at the same time, how the bowlers come back from the strong position to again the similar situation.
Well done by Rutumoni, taking a couple and now giving the stride back to the set Murshida, who has to rethink and get her eye in again. The good news for the spectators and cricket lovers is that no overs have been cut. There's a slight interruption, passing showers, but the good news is that we're still on for a full game, at least as of now, if there's no further interruption. And from where we are seated, Shumona, we are seeing a beautiful, clear sky.
Very nice, sunny. I don't think so any more interruption coming out. Don't think so any more rain, but you never know, weather is not in our hand.
He's darted that one in. Again, the spinners have actually varied the pace, used the pace quite nicely in terms of variations. Radha Yadav, this one is slightly quicker.
Maintain her pace, little bit slower in the air sometimes, try to read the batsman, let the batsman coming down.
Full, few steps forward, but this is good piece of fielding from Smriti Mandhana, diving to her left, denying runs to Ritu Moni. Well, running between the wickets is definitely her strong suit. She can also hit straight, but the sweep and slog also.
She's very busy batter, always 1 and 2. That's the role this time for her again. Make some partnership, supported her non-striker batsman Murshida Khatun happy, and let the partnership go all the way. The score is 76 for 5, 12 over done.
Bangladesh 76 for 5. Should have been better, but for some disciplined bowling by the Indian bowlers. Renuka Singh getting prepared. She was the one who led from the front in the first match. Has bowled a very disciplined few overs that she's bowled. Comes in with a nice looking action. Deflected by the batter. Goes down to fine leg and runs for a double, and she has to hurry there.
Renuka Singh was the pick of the bowlers in the first T20i, claiming a match-winning 3-4-18. Operated in the power play as well as the death. Here she will bowl out in the middle overs. Has been a tad expensive. Has gone at over 10 runs an over.
Cuts on that occasion to the point region, only for a single. Yes, Renuka Singh did get the player of the match the last time she played. Has gone for a bit of runs. That was because the batters initially appeared to have a bit of an aggressive intent, a bit of a purpose, and all the batters did look as if they wanted to get along with the game, particularly the frontline batters. But for some of the unnecessary risks that they took, lush green outfield as Mushida gets ready. Cuts. That was a front foot drive, in fact, going to the deep point region for a well-made 2-run there.
And with that, Renuka Singh has become the Indian bowler to concede the most runs against Bangladesh at 35. However, news has just come in that she has inched towards her own career best women's T20I bowling rankings at number 4 at the ICC level. So, been a mixed day of sorts for her.
Yes, and she's the leading bowler, led from the front in the first match. This match, the batters looked a bit aggressive. The batters looked wanted to get along with the game, and hence did a bit of a damage to her bowling.
Considerable gains on the ICC women's T20I bowling rankings have also been made by Deepti Sharma, who is now at number 2.
Well driven, but straight to the fielder cover. That was a pitched up delivery. That's what I like about what the batters have shown, is their purpose. They're not missing out on playing the shots. This was a full pitch delivery. Could have done better had it gone past the fielder.
Would be interesting to see how the rain interruption affects both teams.
That was glided down. That was a purposeful shot through third man, and that's 4 runs for Ritu Moni.
An expensive day out in the middle for Renuka Singh. 40 is what she's conceded without getting herself onto the wickets column. She bowls out. And Bangladesh are inching closer towards that 3-digit score at the end of 13 overs. They are 86 for 5. Remember, at the close of power play, they were 43 for 2. And then came in Radha Yadav, Shriyanka Patil too, with her 2 wickets of her own. 2 is also what Radha Yadav picked up in that double wicket over, was on a hat-trick. Deepti Sharma with her career best number 2 rankings on the women's T20I leaderboard for bowlers is back into operation. It's been a great start to the year for this premier Indian all-rounder.
Mushida Khatun on that occasion plays it, taps it down, in fact, to the mid-wicket region for a single. Mushida needs to remain there at the wicket.
Ritu Moni, the right-hander, is on a runner ball 11 right now. She is the solitary change that Bangladesh opted for in place of leg spinner Sharna Akhtar.
Tries to pull it, but fell short of the fielder. Shefali Verma on that occasion couldn't reach it. Bit of a risk there, but these are the kind of shots. It was a short ball, couldn't time it. She's practicing that. I'm sure if she's regretting missing that ball that had 4 written all over it. Loud appeal, but the umpire decided not to give that out.
Yeah, tad too over enthusiastic perhaps on that occasion, but those appeals have brought in great dividends for India, especially with the LBW. I did sort of feel that the dismissal of Captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti was not one that should have gone India's way. It did pitch outside off stump, and the impact too, from the looks of it, was outside off. Unfortunately, Nigar had to depart for just 6.
End of the 14th over, Bangladesh 8 for 5. It's the beautiful sun shining brightly. Bangladesh will have to improve from here, and as you were saying a few minutes back about Nigar Sultana's dismissal, she may have been unfortunate. Coming down the wicket and hitting it straight over the mid-off fielder's head for 4.
Taking the attack to jersey number 31, Shreyanka Patil, who has been very frugal so far in her 2 overs leading into the 3rd, came down the track and gave it a nice humpty. And the result is therefore the right-hander got a 4, did
Ritu Moni looking good, defending it, playing it safe down the onto the covers region.
This is Ritu Moni's 50th T20i innings, I'm told by our in-house statistician.
Trying to move, trying to make way, trying to play it on the onside, but at the end of the day, at the end of the shot, couldn't time it well.
Very good comeback by Shreyanka Patil after that 4, and that has been an X factor, a huge part of her armory, her resilience after going for a boundary or so at the start of an over.
Shreyanka Patil, very young, very youthful, bowling a decent line, has a bit of a longish run up for an off spinner.
Hails from the southern Indian state of Karnataka, where her dad Rajesh Patil runs an academy. Along with her dad, coach Arjun Dev has been a pivotal figure in her journey so far.
Cuts, that was short, was needed to be hit and was hit, and that's 4 through point region. The fielder could have stopped it, but the ball beat her to the fence. 4 more runs to Murshida Khatun.
Started with a 4, and here too she will concede another boundary. Valiant effort by Dalan Hemalata, who did manage to reach the ball in time but wasn't able to intercept it eventually.
Tried to sweep that shot, the ball pitched up on the leg stump. The ball was there to be hit. The end of the 15th over, Bangladesh 97 for 5.
Patil's got 1 more over up her sleeve. Lots of spin bowling options at disposal for Captain Harmanpreet Kaur, herself being one of them, though we haven't seen Harmanpreet bowl a lot in international cricket, save for an occasion here and two intermittently. The test match being one of them against Australia.
Deepti Sharma pitches it short, and Ritumoni goes off the back foot, hits it to the mid-wicket region. Deepti Sharma has played as many as 121 matches, taking 132 wickets with a best of 4 for 10. She has an equally impressive record in the ODIs. That's why she should be considered a heavyweight as far as the Indian women team is concerned, where she has a best of 6 for 20.
The off spinner against the left-hander. How could this matchup play out today? In the first T20i, Smriti Mandhana initially struggled against Sultana Khatun, as did Murshida Khatun against India's offies. Murshida Khatun, mind you, has notched up her highest individual score in T20Is against India, going past her previous best of 30.
Comes down the wicket, and there's a bit of a misfeeling there, mid-off region, allowing the batsman to amble for 2. They've crossed 100 for 5 in 15 overs. They've just crossed 15 overs. Anesha, you think Bangladesh should be able to make it to the 150 mark? If they do so, what do you think? Does it give Bangladesh a chance to make amends from the last match?
Sure, Ishtiaq, if they do get there, they would definitely be in with a chance. However, with that kind of performance from Deepti Sharma, it looks highly unlikely, because the India off-spinner has added another wicket to her name with that dismissal of Ritumoni's. She has been cleaned up.
I spoke a little early. That was a ball coming in and against an off-spinner. You're trying to cut it. You're trying to late cut that. That was the basic mistake I thought Ritumoni did. An experience as Deepti Sharma is, keeping it tight, bowling at the stumps, not allowing the batsman any room.
Her feet movement did look a little iffy. Wasn't sure whether to come on the front foot or go back. Had to pay the price for that indecision. Deepti Sharma strikes again. And Rabia Khan, the teenager, known more for her leg spin bowling skills, will join Murshida Khatun in the middle, who has been bowling, who has been batting since what seems like eternity now. Opened the batting for Bangladesh today and has steered the proceedings for the home team after the captain opted to bat first.
Sweeps it down to backward square, the batsman Rabia Khan gets a single. Murshida Khatun, one of the more experienced players, one of the most experienced batters amongst the Bangladeshis, has held fort so far, should continue to play. Plays it softly to the cover region, only for a single. And as far as Bangladesh's prospect for 150 runs, as I was saying, I thought I spoke a little too early, but with Murshida Khan still there, and if she can coordinate with the players, the remaining players, 150 score may not be a remote possibility. Yes, very challenging, daunting task, but it all depends on how Murshida Khatun plays around with the remaining batters.
End of 16, Bangladesh are 103 for 6.
There's a bit of a change in the commentary box. Shamunna Ghosh with Parvez. We'll see you through till the 20th over.
Pooja Vastrakar back into the attack. Comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Murshida Khatun, who's still unbeaten on 36. It was quite an instrumental innings by Ritumoni, where she scored 20 of 18. Pooja Vastrakar in for a third over. Very good afternoon to Ahmed bin Parvez.
Finally good. The rain has stopped, play has resumed, no overs curtailed, so that's great news for all of us.
Oh, playing a miss. It's a good delivery from Pooja Vastrakar. Good length, good line, just in that corridor of uncertainty.
She's bowled pretty well at the depth. We've seen that even in the first T20i. She keeps a line just outside off, teases the batters. Would be a challenge for Rabia, who's more known for her leg spin. Right now she has to put up a partnership with Murshida.
Holds fuller on this occasion, driven to Smriti Mandhana in the cover region. Things have slightly slowed down, but the fact that Ritu Moni was scoring positively helped Murshida also.
Yes, she's got some big scores under her belt, Murshida. She has quite a few 50s to her name. Was an appeal, but this time Rabia would be happy not to see the dreaded finger of the umpire. As many as 3 batters from Bangladesh had judged leg before in this innings. Still then, despite all the hurdles, seems like Bangladesh are moving towards a competitive total. It's only the 9th time that Bangladesh have gone past 100 in T20Is against India.
Short, well bowled. Was thinking of going for the pull, Rabia, but then omitted. Last second, 1 for the over signalled.
Brilliant bowling from Pooja. We saw this from her even in her first spell. Went on bowling some short stuff to the batters, trying to keep them guessing. Just 1 run from this over. Brilliant over, especially in the context of the game.
It's in the air, bottom hand came off, falls safe. As Pooja Vastrakar herself was running in, and so was Smriti Mandhana from covers. Fell in between, single to end the over, 105 for 6. India managed to score 35 runs the last 5 overs in the first T20I. That's when the Bangladeshi bowling managed to squeeze the runs. Shriyanka Patil will be bowling her last over. Goes for the sweep. Was in the air, but away from the fielder at short fine. Takes a single, gives the strike back to the left-handed Murshida.
She's almost carrying her bat through. Came in as an opener, saw through the initial disaster, saw through the rain, and she's still there. So all hopes on her right now if Bangladesh would want to get anywhere close to 140.
Just getting her field right is Shriyanka Patil. Coming round the wicket now. There's a deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. Inside out, beautiful looking stroke, through covers. Crunched it for 4.
Absolutely beautiful from Murshida. That's her trademark. She goes inside out. We've seen that on quite a few occasions. Takes her front feet out, goes through the covers, sometimes aerial. This time she caressed it. Well timed. The shot of a batter in form and quite set in the ground right now.
She looks so good when she is in the groove. Hails from Kushtia, also the origin of folk music. From there, this time she pulls it. Aerial, that fielder. Sajna Sajeevan diving forward, dropped. Hemalata, beg your pardon. It was Hemalata. She was diving forward and it dipped right in front of her and dropped. Good effort nevertheless, because these can be tricky.
Absolutely. Was a very, very good effort. Was a difficult attempt, but in the end, Murshida survives. She moves into the 40s. 111 for 6.
Comes down the wicket, could not time it properly. Will get a single. It's Well, as of now, I think Bangladesh would be eyeing the 140, 150 mark.
Try to get as close as they can. That was enough for India in the first T20I at least, but we still don't know how the wicket would perform. We've seen the wicket getting better for batting as the time went on.
Just kept that bit low. Running the first one hard, calling for the second. They're going for the second. This is very good running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielders. This is so positive. They're playing fearless cricket. And I'm pretty sure Hassan Tilakaratne, the head coach, would be quite happy.
9 from the over already. A very positive response to a tight over from Pooja Vastrakar in the previous one. The call was there, but the throw could have been better, definitely. Richa was expecting a throw over the stumps, but that did not happen.
Oh, appeal, loud appeal. Well, it was a good take at the end by Richa Ghosh. Shriyanka Patil thought there was something in it. Wry smile on the keeper's face. That ends the over. 114 for 6 after 18. Mushida leading from the front and on the verge of converting. She got an opportunity, but she capitalized on it, make the most of it. And a few double figures in quick time by Shobhana Mustari, Ritumoni contributing to this score. And I think it will give a sigh of relief to the batting coach. Nasiruddin Farooq Shojib as Rabia Khan takes a single and gets the scorecard to 115 for 6. This is the highest score for Bangladesh against India in a T20 international. Batting first.
An achievement, nonetheless, would give them a lot of encouragement as Moshida eyes the field change that is being placed here for Radha. She's bowled really well into her last over. We've seen this ploy from India as well in the previous game, bowling with spinners in the depth.
Again, looking to use her feet. They look completely a different side, Parvez, referring to the Australia series and even the first T20I and this one.
Yes, it's all about the mental game. Hashan Tilakaratne spoke about it. The captain Nigar Sultana talked about it as well. The batters are much better than the statistics shown, so that's what we can see right now.
Fielded of her own bowling. A bit of a spirit of cricket, smiles all around. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, but no smiles on Rabia's face. She's stone cold. She needs to up the tempo. That's her target right now.
Looking for the sweep. Good work by Richa Ghosh. I think she's got the batter. Quickly taken off the bails. Was in two minds. Initially looked to come down the wicket, then big stride forward, went for the sweep. Missed it altogether.
Rabia could be in trouble. The umpires consulting TV umpire, I guess. It's over yielded just the 2 runs. As we look at the replay, looks like she's way down. Very quick glove work from Richa. And Rabia stay at the wicket is done. She'll get the signal soon. Batters are still waiting. Subhana Mustari losing partner after partner. That could be another breakthrough in her last over. Mushida Khatun, the Lone Ranger from one end. Just making sure if it was a no ball, but no. It's all clean. Looks like she has to make the long walk back. So Rabia departs. She tried to build up a partnership there, but excellent glove work there behind the stumps. Rabia goes for 5 of 11. Bangladesh lose their 7th on 116.
The vice captain walks in. Nahida Akhtar, the new batter, but credit should be given duly to Radha Yadav, who's bowled brilliantly. Change of ends for her. She took 2 wickets from the other end. Now bowling from the grandstand end. She continues seeing the batter looking to come forward. She darted that one in. Bowls full within the stumps. No problem for Nahida to get off the mark. Misfielding. They're going for the second. Could be trouble. Is trouble. Desperate dive. I don't think the second run was on. As they sometimes say, do not take a run off a misfield. That's exactly what they do and pay the price.
Nahida's still standing her ground. She wants confirmation, but from the looks of it, from real time, was an easy run-out opportunity taken by India. She was nowhere in the screen. Desperate dive, but the second run was never on. Just have a look at the situation there. She ran for the single. It was her call, so it was her responsibility. She ran into the danger end. Was a good pick up and throw from Radha. Got it on her right hand, and then a sharp throw onto the stumps. So Nahida's stay is short, just a single to add, and Bangladesh falling apart at the latter stages of this innings.
That brings in Marufa Akhtar, the youngster, into the crease. But what a throw. And the key to that was throwing at the right end. Because you're the bowler. After the ball is hit, you're following the ball. Yeah, the basic is, yes, more often than not, you can throw it at the wicketkeeper's end. Flighted, slower. And to deceive the batter, she almost did. Marufa somehow managed. 19 gone. Bangladesh 117 for 8. New batter Marufa Akhtar. Well, she's a gutsy cricketer from humble backgrounds who stays grounded, but also a believer.
We've seen her entertain the crowd, especially in the series against Australia. She came down to bat at number 10, 11, but still hit a couple of boundaries, trying to up the tempo. Murshida still holding her fort into the last over, Bangladesh. At one point it looked like they could go over 140, but right now even moving into 130 would be a good total for them. And who's coming in for the last over? It's Pooja Vastrakar once again.
Bangladesh have lost 3 wickets in the span of 16 runs. There's a partnership, a healthy partnership going on between Ritu Moni and Murshida Khatun. She's still there, 5 runs away from a half century. Vastrakar comes down the wicket, well bowled, short delivery. No ball signalled by on-field umpire Shadri Jakir Jesse, and indicated it was perhaps for the front foot. And it will be a free hit.
Free hit. License for Murshida to go big. Pooja Vastrakar might yet again go for another short ball. India have given quite a few extras. If we compared their performance with the Bangladesh performance in the previous game, Bangladesh gave 0 extras. So that was a brilliant performance in terms of discipline.
Goes for the pull. Falls short of the fielder. They're thinking of coming back for the second. Could be another run out. It is Murshida. She called for it. She was going at the danger end. She looks back, but I think she's got only herself to blame, because she did oblige. And she was going to the danger end. She had all the right to say no and refuse it. Got to feel sorry, because she was on the verge of a half century, but what a throw.
Shriyanka Patil on that occasion, another suicidal run out. The innings falling apart for Bangladesh, and the one that was holding fort, Murshida Khatun, has to depart. So close to yet another T20i 50. She has to go for 46, 119 for 9.
Pooja Vastrakar bowling the last over. It's been a bit of a collapse for Bangladesh. Oh, that one rose up on Fariha Trishna, who's the new batter. So, make it 4 wickets in the span of 18 runs, around 18 to 20 balls or so.
That's where the innings fell apart, and Fariha Trishna now in. She's more known for her left arm medium pace, but right now she just has to try and play out the 20 overs. Bangladesh will try to score as much as they can, just 4 balls to play.
In the block hole. What a delivery. What a delivery. Spot on from Pooja Vastrakar.
Beautiful one. Short ball followed up with a dead Yorker right into the block hole. Just look at that. Batter actually did well to dig that out. It was a big appeal. Fariha survives.
It was a close call. She didn't get any bat on it. Oh, length, just back of a length. She's varying it up, keeping the batter in 2 minds, short, then full, then short again.
Well, that's Pooja Vastrakar for you. The stat that's in front of us now, 3.4 overs, none for 21, doesn't give the true picture of how well she's bowled actually today. One of the better of the faster bowlers.
Took pace off. This is clever bowling. She did dart one in as the Yorker, as you said, Parvez, and this time she goes full again, but slower one.
Showing a full array of variations, Pooja Vastrakar. The Yorker, the short one, and then the slower one, enticing the batter. Fariha is finding it really hard to find the gaps, but this could be the kind of ending that India expected, and they would feel comfortable chasing down 119 or 20.
Vastrakar requesting for a change in field, even for the last delivery. Captain obliges. Long on, sent back to the boundary, fine leg comes in. Bowled her. Vastrakar gets her first wicket of the match as Bangladesh are bowled out. What a last over she's bowled. Superb bowling.
Just the 2 runs and 2 wickets, well deserved for Pooja Vastrakar. Just 16 runs coming from the last 4 overs and a pile of wickets along with it. So Bangladesh, the way they started, the innings fell apart. Fariha Trishna goes for not, holding out to Pooja from the last ball of the innings. So Bangladesh end their innings 119, and look at the Indians. Definitely will be pleased with their performance. The fielding wasn't the best right from the beginning, but they came up really well, especially in the end when they had to implement those run-outs. The throws were accurate, and India would go off into the innings break confident of chasing it down.
Here's the batting card, opting to bat first. Again, the openers gave a good enough start. Murshida Khatun made the most of it. 46 of 49, was run out very late into the innings. Dilar Akhtar 10 of 6. Shobhana Mostri, quick fire 19 of 15. Then came back-to-back wickets. Radha was on a hat-trick. Single figures, 6 not 4. And then Ritu Muni scored quickly, 20 of 18. Rabia, Nahida, and finally Fariha Trishna all out in single figures as the latter order collapsed. 119 of the 20 overs, compiling for 22 runs in the last 5 overs, but they lost 5 wickets.
The bowling card, very good looking one. Renuka Thakur, the only one who would not be happy. Economy rate of 10. Dipti Sharma 2 for 14. Pooja Vastrakar 1 for 21. Sriyanka Patil was really impressive with her 2 for. And Radha Yadav, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 19. So now we're going off for an interview. Ishtiaq Ahmed has caught up with one of the players.
20 runs on the board,
expecting a spirited fight. We have a very spirited Murshida Khatun here with us. Played a fantastic innings of 46. Murshida Khatun, পুরা বিশ্ব না খেলতে পারার এবং অর্ধশত রান অর্জন না করতে পারার অবশ্যই তো একটা দুঃখ থাকবে। কোনটাতে দুঃখ পেয়েছেন বেশি?
পুরো ওভার না খেলাটা এটা আমার জন্য খুবই দুঃখজনক হয়েছে। আমি যদি শেষ পর্যন্ত খেলতে পারতাম, আরও 5-6টা রান বা 10টা রান বেশি হতো, আমার টিমের স্কোরটা অনেক ভালো হতো। বাট আমি মিস্টেক করছি, এটা আমার খুব গিল্টি ফিল হচ্ছে নিজের কাছে। টিমকে যদি আর শেষ পর্যন্ত ক্যারি করতে পারতাম অনেক ভালো হতো।
আপনি অভিজ্ঞ প্লেয়ারদের মধ্যে একজন, আপনি খুব দায়িত্ব নিয়ে খেলেছেন, একটা অভিজ্ঞতার আপনার স্বাক্ষর আমরা আপনার খেলার মধ্যে পেয়েছি। টসে জিতে ব্যাটিং করার যে সিদ্ধান্ত, আপনাদের টার্গেট কি ছিল? কত রান আপনারা করবেন 20 ওভারে?
আমাদের টার্গেট ছিল 140-এর, বাট আমরা এটা আর্লি পাওয়ার প্লেটা আমাদের খুব ভালো হয়েছে পার্টনারশিপটা, বাট মিডল ওভারে একটু ইয়ে হয়েছে, আর্লি 2-3টা উইকেট পড়ে যাওয়ার পরে আমরা একটু ইয়ে করে ফেলছি। বাট আরও যদি 20-30টা রান হতো অনেক ভালো হতো।
120 রান, আপনার মনে হয় যে এই ম্যাচটা আপনাদের অনুকূলে যেতে পারে?
যদি আর্লি 3-4টা উইকেট চলে যায় অবশ্যই, আর আমাদের বলাররা রিসেন্টলি অনেক ভালো বল করতেছে, দ্যাটস ওয়াই আরেকটু হলে ভালো হতো, বাট ফাইট করতে হবে অনেক।
Well, Murshida Khatun is regretful of the fact that she has been unable to achieve her 50 runs, as well, obviously, for not being able to play out the full 20 overs. She thinks 120 runs is a target they may be able to achieve, provided they get early wickets. Hope Bangladesh does put up a good fight. With that, we take you to the com box. Thank you.
Yeah, Murshida Khatun at the start of the show, but it started off with Dilar Akhtar hitting a few, swept it, and then gave a catch away. But here's the innings from Murshida Khatun. She loves playing along that area. Was dropped on 6 by Harmanpreet Kaur. Prefers the cover region, but Shobhana Mustari contributing with a quick fire, few boundaries, and particularly cut the ball well, played the ball late. This was the leg before, pretty adjacent, outside edge, away from the keeper. Murshida looked quite solid. Here's the wicket of the Bangladesh skipper. And then Fahima, back-to-back wickets for Radha Yadav when she was on a hat-trick. Then Sultana Khatun came and hit a few, but then skied one. And then, after 11 overs were bowled, was the interruption, slight interruption due to rain. And Bangladesh for 70 for 5. The groundsman did some good work, and play was on again when Ritu Moni and Murshida Khatun got a good partnership going on together. Then Dipti Sharma got the better of Ritu Moni. That delivery dipping a bit. Murshida continued on in similar fashion. Rabia looking to hit a few, looking to slog. Stumped quickly by Richa Ghosh. As Murshida, the last over, was looking to get back for the second one, was run out. And finally, it was Fariha Trishna who was the sole wicket for Pooja Vastrakar. So this is how it stands after the first innings, where Murshida scored 49, Ritu Moni got 18, and Shobhana Mustari got 15. But Radha Yadav was the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 19 of her 4 overs. Dipti Sharma, very influential, 2 for 14. And Bangladesh managed to score 119. And the target for India is 120 runs to win of their 20 overs to win the second T20i and increase their lead. We'll take a short break and come back with the run chase.
Welcome to the live broadcast of the second women's T20I between Bangladesh and India. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain of the home team, decided to bat first after winning the toss, and her side managed to get just 119 runs of their allocated 20 overs and were bowled out by the Indian attack, which comprised 5 bowlers. Murshida Khadun, the opener, was the standout batter for the hosts, making 46 of her 49 deliveries, was run out by Shankar Patil and Richa Ghosh. And it will be the India openers, Shefali Verma and Smriti Mandhana, who will be kicking off this chase of 120 as the visitors look to take another win, the second on the trot in this series. Bangladesh, for their part, will be trying their best with their bowling might, which is quite formidable, to defend this 119 they posted. In the previous match, after India had won the toss and opted to bat, they restricted the visiting side to 145. And with the variety that Bangladesh have in their bowling contingent, do not write them off just yet. There is a possibility this match could go down to the wire if Bangladesh's spin attack are able to replicate some of their mojo from the opening T20I. And this young woman you see on the screen right now, Marufa Akhtar, the teen bowling phenom they unearthed in recent years, who will open the attack from the media box end against left-hander Smriti Mandhana.
Smriti Mandhana tries to pull it. Short pitch delivery. Marufa Akhtar did well in the last match. She didn't complete a full quarter of 4 overs, ended up getting 2 wickets in the last over. And at one stage where India looked as if they would walk away with a total of 100 to 170 to 180 runs, but for the 2 spinners, Rabia Khan and Fahima Khatun, bowled in tandem to restrict India to below 150. Now we have a match on our hands. 120 apparently doesn't look too big, but I'm sure Marufa Akhtar and company will make life a little difficult for the Indians.
Over the wicket to the left-hander. And over the wicket to the right-hander as well. Straight down the leg side. There is an appeal and up goes the finger. Marufa Akhtar has struck. Shefali Verma shakes her head in disbelief. The Bangladesh contingent are rejoicing. This early wicket they have gotten thanks to Marufa Akhtar.
It would be interesting to see. There we see the replay. Shefali Verma tried to guide it down the leg side. Whether it got the bat or the pad, one would have to wait and see. But it's Shefali Verma who's walking back.
Verma departs for a duck. Was there a fine tickle to that leg glance that the right-hander tried to play? Because the decision came out very quick from Shathira Jakir Jesse, the on-field umpire. And there seems to be a promotion for Dayalan Hemalatha to number 3, who came in for the injured Yastika Bhatia, who we were told is carrying a bit of a niggle. She picked up in the first T20I. So India persisting with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Marufa Akhtar will continue to bowl from over the wicket to the right-hander. It'd be interesting to see that replay in slow motion of that Shafali Verma dismissal.
Marufa Akhtar again deep goes down the leg side for a wide. She needs to control her deliveries, needs to be on line, needs to bowl on target. 120 is not a big target to defend, but it has to be some disciplined bowling.
Hemalata is playing her first T20I in nearly 19 months. Debuted in 2018. Has been deemed a longer formats player for the most part of her career, but showcased great hitting skills in the WPL recently. Driven towards the fielder at cover. Hemalata has worked extensively on her range hitting ever since she was dropped from the Indian side. Her last match for India in the T20I format was very much in Sylhet during the 2022 Women's Asia Cup, which India won. She was part of that title-winning squad of India's.
Marufa Akhtar, that came in sharply. That was a beautiful delivery. Working on the seam, perhaps making good use of the whatever moisture that you may have on the pitch. Marufa Akhtar giving a bit of a thing to think about. There you go. A beautiful delivery that cut back and cut the batter in half.
That swung in prodigiously after pitching on the sixth stump. Wasn't able to read that inward movement. Dyalan Hemalata. She's still on a duck. Doesn't get off the mark yet. A bit of play and a miss going on here on the part of D. Hemalata after that dismissal of Shafali Verma's.
There has to be a bit of a moisture in the wicket, and we can see the bowler making good use of the whatever moisture that is. Prodigious, as you rightly said, prodigious movement that she's being able to extract out of this wicket. Very controlled, a very intent looking Marufa Akhtar.
Fuller outside the off stump again, driven to the fielder at mid-off without a run being conceded. After the first over, Bangladesh have the wicket of Shafali Verma for just 2 runs having been conceded. That looked like a not out from the outset. The contentious call, which might be put to rest with some replays, was that of Shafali Verma's.
That looked going over the wicket on all counts. Never did it appear as if it's going to hit the wicket, but it was a brilliant delivery nevertheless.
As was the case in the opening T20I, Nigar Sultana started off with Marufa Akhtar and has summoned the services of her off-spinner, Sultana Khatun. It's off-spinner versus Mandana again.
Sriti Mandana, the experienced campaigner that she is, just taps it down to the onside for a well-run single. Now Sriti Mandana will obviously try and make an impression on this match, because the last match she looked good for as long as she lasted, but for all the experience and the record that she has, for sure, this is a match she would like to see through.
Would be interesting to see the approach Mandana adopts after that early reprieve she enjoyed in the first T20I, but managed to get out for just 9 runs. A slip is in place in the form of Fahima Khatun. Comes down the track and gives it a good charge. The ball is running away towards the 3rd boundary. Is nicely intercepted by Murshida Khatun. keeps the ball in play, but Hemalata will get off the mark and pick up a couple.
These are instances where the Bangladeshi players can only gather experience from. 120 is obviously not much of a target to defend, but going by what Maruf Akhtar did in the first over, all the other bowlers should follow suit and try and make run getting a little difficult for the Indians by bowling some good tight overs.
Nicely floated into the middle stump, noddled towards the mid-wicket region. There is a bit of a misfield. Will they attempt the second? They do. Good running in the middle from India. An additional run eked out of that misfield by Shobhana Mostari.
Now these are the lapses you can't afford to make when you're really defending a target of 120. You must make sure that these lapses do not occur again.
Started outside off. Patted back to the bowler. Nigar Sultana Jodhi wasn't very pleased with that misfield. She tried to convey that message non-verbally with her expressions. Nice, and middles it. Does it go all the way? It does. Dalan Hemalata announces her comeback into the international cricket in the Indian side in style with that 6 after a 4 earlier in the over. She charged down the track and gave it a good humpty. Gets the maximum purchase with 6 runs.
Goes on the back foot, plays it for a single. That was the first match, first 6 of the match. And the reason why Dayalan Hemalata was promoted up the order, knowing that she's someone who wants to get along with the game. One known for her big hitting abilities in the end of the over, 14 for 1.
And that's an aspect of her batting she's tried to hone since being left out of the Indian side. 2 overs done. India are 14 for 1. And the scores are exactly what Bangladesh had managed to get in their first 2 overs. In her 8 WPL matches, Hemalata scored 115 runs at a strike rate of 129.
Very focused Maruf Akhtar balls up, good fielding, misfielding there, and the ball trudges down the point region for 4.
Nicely cut by Dayalan Hemalata. She's dealing in boundaries, as India would expect of her. Remember, had a Jemima Rodrigues not been carrying a back niggle, it's unlikely she would have made it to the squad of 15. And following the niggle picked up by Yastika Bhatia, who made a good 30-plus knock in the first T20i, it was Hemalata's turn to take a place in the starting 11.
Once again the ball coming in, and Maruf Akhtar running to retrieve the ball. Needs to be disciplined, makes sure that even the fielders need to back up the bowlers, because it's not a target that they can afford to give away singles or make minor lapses.
For the Gujarat Giants, she batted both in the top order and the lower order at the WPL, and it's good to see that the team management and captain Harmanpreet Kaur decided to give her a promotion to number 3. Again, some in-swing in that delivery from Marufa Akhtar.
She must have been working on her in-swinging deliveries, because all the deliveries are coming in, and must have worked hard in the nets to make sure, and those are all controlled deliveries as long as she bowls to her field. She's got a packed inner circle, 4 on the offside, 5 on the offside, 3 on the onside. Coming down the wicket, trying to heave it over the fielders. Misses it, lucky not to get an edge.
Lots of intent being shown by Hemalata, possibly because of the brief she might have gotten from the team management. Bit of an off-cutter there from Maruf Akhtar. A swing and a miss.
She's bowled to a good line. Delivery is pitching just outside the off stump, making sure. Once again, pulled, but straight to the onside, long on field, only for a single. What Maruf Akhtar is doing, essentially, making sure she's not misdirecting the deliveries on the middle stump or outside the middle stump. Otherwise, in all likelihood, with the swing, with the movement, the batsman can take advantage and get those either the singles or the boundaries, because there's no fine leg, as we can see. So one must say that Maruf Akhtar is bowling to a good line and a good length.
She'll be having a go at the left-hander, the veteran Smriti Mandhana now. Bowled into the leg stump, noddled towards the mid-wicket fielder for no runs really. After third, over is done. India are 19 for 1. Fariha Trishna was the left-arm pacer who bowled in the power play in the first T20i. Would be interesting to see how she goes about her business today, having gotten the wicket of Smriti Mandhana, having dropped her off the bowling of Sultana Khatun in that first game. Hemlatha has given a great account of herself so far in this 14-ball innings of hers. Slashed at it, cut away, and another boundary she will get, deservedly so. Lots of power packed in that cut by Hemlatha. Gets a nice little appreciation from her senior partner. She's galloped to 20 of 15 balls. Great transference of the weight on the back foot. The fielder at point had no answer.
Not a good delivery to begin with in the first over. Fariha Trishna has done well for herself, making her debut only very recently with a best of 4 for 19 against Australia at Mirpur. Comes in and bowls to Dayalan Hemlatha, who works it out very easily to long on for only a single. A youngster, Trishna, must make sure that she bowls what her captain expects her to, meaning that she has to bowl to a line, a certain plan that needs to be executed, a certain manner and a certain direction that she needs to follow to make sure that 120 is not easily gettable.
Fielder at third and point for Mandhana, who pulls it, doesn't quite get hold of it entirely, but manages enough power into that to pick up a single. Dayalan Hemlatha, of course, has been the talk of this match so far. Remember, the likes of Hemlatha, Radha Yadav are all auditioning for that spot, the many spots that are available for the T20 World Cup. Full toss and played over the bowler's head, and will pick up another 4. One bounce and off it went over the rope.
A full toss, the treatment it deserved. Fariha Trishna cannot afford to give those deliveries easily hittable, and as you can see, it was a straight back past the bowler hit for 4.
Hold that pose, Hemlatha. Straight batted shots do not get any better than that, do they? A nice lunge forward and muscled it on the full for another 4 to her name.
Goes off the back foot and plays it very comfortably to the onside for another single. Hemlata goes on to 4 with 227 with Mandana still there. 3 runs of 4 balls. One has to see, one would be very keen to see Sriti Mandana get amongst the runs today.
11 runs conceded of the first 5 balls, last one to go in this 4th over. Keeps it to a dot. End of 4 overs. India are 30 for 1.
India chasing a total of 120. Are 30 for 1 after 4 overs. Hemlata, the sole change in the Indian lineup, is in there at 3. Nahida Akhtar, the vice captain, will be bowling the left arm spinner from the media end. And just to recap quickly that there was rain interruption, but thankfully didn't take a toll on the match except for a brief interruption. Goes aerial, goes straight, launched up the runway, wings deployed for a maximum.
Massive, brutal from Hemlata. Moves on to 32. We all understand there is a tough competition for places in the India side with the World Cup coming up, with the Asia Cup coming up. She's making a big name for herself through this match and is carrying forward her women's Premier League form absolutely. And what a promotion she got at number 3, making full use of it within the power plays.
It's the second maximum for her. Full toss, hits it through, deep extra cover, 1 bounce for 4. 10 runs of 2 deliveries.
Bowlers being taken apart now. Naida still scratching her head, trying to think where she should pitch the next ball. As we look at the replay, flighted it, invited, but the ball did not fall to ground. Took it on the full toss. Just 1 bounce to the ropes. India fast moving forward, making best use of the power play and making the 120-run chase really small.
Absolutely, they picked it up. Well, just makes me wonder if the dew factor, bit of a rain, is making the ball wet, harder for the spinners to grip. Flatter on drive along the ground, straight to the fielder. But you mentioned, Parvez, regarding the high competition to make it to the India side. Jemima Rodriguez not here because of injury. That's where Yastika Bhatia came in at 3 in the first T20i, and now Hemlata. Dayalan Hemlata making the most of the opportunity she's got. Quick single taken. Overthrows covered up by Rabia.
She's played a brilliant knock here. Just the kind of knock that takes the wind out of the opposition. Bangladesh possess a very strong bowling lineup, but right now within the power play is being taken apart. Nahida, she's actually the highest wicket taker for Bangladesh in T20Is with 91 wickets. Doesn't have a particularly good record against India though. The last series, within 3 matches, she just took 2 wickets. She wasn't very successful in the first T20I as well, so pressure on her.
Yeah, thankfully, umpires making use of the full extension time, 1 hour extension time. After the rain, this is a good delivery. Well bowled. Onto the middle leg stump of Smriti Mandhana.
How often do you see Mandhana playing a secondary role in an innings? She maybe is used to it because her strike partner got out of the first ball, also hits the ball big within the power plays.
Nicely played. Oh, that's a cracking stroke. Class. from Mandana. Desperate effort. Superb commitment from Maruf Akhtar. No shortage of it when she's on the field. Definitely saving a couple of runs. And that should end the over.
Yes, but just how she finds the gap has been the hallmark of that shot. Marufa sprinting like a sprinter there. Brilliant take. Saved a couple of runs for her side. But India in a very strong position nonetheless after 5. They are 43 for 1.
Maruf Akhtar will be coming in to bowl her third over. 1 for 7 after 2 overs now. Nigar Sultana Jyoti switching ends for Marufa. Can she get them a wicket? They're in desperate need of a wicket, Bangladesh. Good shot, square drive. Good dive from Moshida Khatun. Again, saving a few runs. The commitment is there. We saw how Marufa was running in. Focus, concentration.
Absolutely. Just look at that dive. Brilliantly stopped. A 4. Marufa Akhtar coming in to bowl her third over within the power plays. This has been a rarity. Jyoti seldom uses her for so many overs within the power play, but change in condition brings a change in ploy and tactics as well. Can we see a few droplets as well? Is the rain coming back?
Hopefully. It just avoids the stadium on his journey. Those heavy clouds. Oh, what a cracking stroke. Wonderful shot from Hemalata. Another boundary.
Dealing in boundaries, scoring at the rate of knots. Hemalata, just look at the poise. Head still. Beautifully driven that. It was a half volley, waiting to be driven, but the way she found the gap was applaudable. Caressed it. Marufa disappointed, but she's giving it her all. There's bits of rainfall as well, as we can see the groundsman already ready with the covers. Not good signs here, Shamunnoy.
Certainly not, but just a bit full for me. Marufa, just a tad bit full, which is enabling the batter to come forward and play the stroke. But you mentioned the still head from Hemalata. Good balance, firm core, and I think the rain's picking up in pace. Yeah, and that will call for the covers. This will be the second time the rain's interrupted, but India going at great guns. Run rate of 8.81. Bit of lightning taking snaps of the field. Well, nature, I'm sure we all love taking snaps, but we love the game of cricket also. But duly applauded from the India camp. It's a good batting effort, particularly from Dayalan Hemalata. And you mentioned Smriti Mandana, well, being more patient, but someone of her stature, if she's in the crease, adds much more poise, gives the other batters and the team much more confidence that she's still out there. But so are the droplets.
Yes, and I think India would have a sigh of relief that 5 overs have gone through. So even if the game is washed out, it would be considered a full game. And looking from the run rate that they've achieved within the 5.2 overs, they would surely win through the DLS method. The disappointed team would be Bangladesh, heading back maybe a few minutes to ponder what happened during the end bit of the batting innings and how they started off. As we see, the rain has started in a really, really big way. It doesn't look very good right now, but we've seen the rain come and go once.
Parvez, you've come from Dhaka. You arrived today, right? Did you bring the rain with you? Was it raining in Dhaka?
It wasn't, but I could be the rain man, yes.
We've got the rain man with us. Well, I'm not sure if the fans would love that.
They wouldn't. I'm not loving it either. But I think the Indian team would love what they've done so far in this match. What a strong batting display as we look at the scorecard here. Shefali Varma getting out for Golden Duck. Marufa getting the first breakthrough. Bangladesh seeing hope. But then it was the Himalata show. 41 from 24, undefeated alongside Smriti Mandhana. Just one extra, but after 5 overs and 2 balls bowled, after 32 balls, in India at 47 for 1, the rain takes precedence.
It does. But all the bowlers except for Marufa Akhtar took a bit of a hitting. Yeah, Sultana Khatun 12 runs of her sole over, Trishna 11 runs, 13 of the Nahida Akhtar over. Marufa stands out, 1 for 11 of her 2.2 overs till now. 10 dots, and that has been economical and took the solo wicket of Shefali Verma, the India opener. But India cruising along, 47 for 1 after 5.2. They require 73 runs with plenty of deliveries in hand, 88 to be precise. Required run rate well within reach, below 5 for sure. And the unfortunate news from Sylhet is the rain has stopped play yet again. So it's time for us to take a short break. But fingers crossed, hopefully we'll be back again with some good news very soon.